Hello and welcome to Fox Sports' presentation of the 2012 Australian Open men's singles final. Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal, 1 and 2 in the world, meet again. Wally Mercer. Different story though coming into this one as what we saw in 2011.
Well, I guess the big question mark is over Novak. We saw him in his last two matches. He looked a little distressed between points against Andy Murray at times. He looked absolutely gone. Now, was he foxy? Was there a little bit of showmanship there? If he was, I think Rafa's in trouble. If he's fresh, Novak Djokovic beat him 6 times last year, but I think, Adam, more importantly, 9 of the last 11 meetings have gone the way of Novak. So he's got the game to dismantle the Spaniard.
And if there's one bloke who won't be sucked in by any rope-a-dope goings-on out there, Djokovic looking beaten and gone in the first set, and then all of a sudden he's dancing around like Rudolf Nureyev at the baseline there, is Nadal, isn't he? Because he plays point by point by point.
Absolutely. He's a great match player. He really focuses on his own game. One thing I think, though, with Rafa, if you go back to the match with Berdych, and it's pretty much a microcosm of his career, he hits 33 winners in the match. 15 of them were in the last set. He only opens the shoulders when he really feels like he's got his opponent beaten. Now, I'm not sure that style of play, which is a little what we saw at the US Open final last year, is the way to go for Rafa. I think he might be thinking, I've got to wear this guy down, but I would actually like to see him play his biggest game. And I think for Rafa, a real key, Rafa's got to use his forehand down the line. He cannot just rely on safe play cross-court. He really has to keep Djokovic on the run from the get-go.
Does he get a bit hesitant with that on occasions?
Well, he only uses it right at the end of the match when he feels like he's got it won. Then you'll really start to see it. But I don't think cautious tennis is going to get the job done for Rafa. Even if Djokovic is tired, he's got to stand up on the baseline. He's got to take that backhand early, particularly on return. And he's got to go out and win this match. Djokovic won't lose it.
What about Djokovic? More of the same, or is it just too hard to pick given what we've seen in this second week so far, what he's going to produce?
He is so confident. He took some risks against Andy Murray on break point, 198 kilometres an hour on the second serve. That's really rolling the dice, and you can get burnt doing that. So I'll be interested to see if that's his modus operandi in this match. But Adam, he stays up on the baseline. He can redirect traffic so well, so he can put the ball pretty much anywhere in the court. It's a lot easier to hit where the ball's just come from. That doesn't bother Novak. He hits with great depth. Obviously, that troubles Rafa, takes a lot of time away from him. So Novak can get to Rafa's backhand, and he's very good at spreading the court, getting Rafa running wide to the forehand, which is Rafa's least favourite forehand. So tactically, he's really got his number. So I think if it's a level playing field physically, you've got to go with Novak. But if he's feeling the pinch, Rafa might be there to pounce.
He might find him out. Let's find out ourselves. Let's go to Rod Laver Arena. Novak Djokovic looking for his 3rd Australian Open crown. Rafa, his 2nd. Your commentators to take you through it, Jeff Masters, Fred Stolley and Peter Donegan.
The Norman Brooks Challenge Cup is awaiting $2.3 million Australian dollars to the winner, but this is about the glory. This is about putting your name on the honour roll again. Will it be Nadal for a 2nd time in Melbourne, or will it be Djokovic for a 3rd? Their 3rd straight Grand Slam final, the Australian Open of 2012, Djokovic and Nadal.
Just reading an interesting fact here, an interesting stat, that Rafael Nadal is bidding to avoid becoming the first man to lose 3 consecutive Grand Slam finals in the Open era. So you know that he wants to get this one in his pocket tonight. Lost 3 in a row, his last 3 finals in Grand Slams. That's unusual for Nadal.
And if he does avoid that, Fred, he'll become the 5th man to reach multiple finals at all the Grand Slams in the Open era. The other 4, pretty handy players: Agassi, Federer, Lendl and Rosewall.
Super slow-mo camera, boy, that's added a lot to the viewing pleasure.
Fred, I'm going to be interested here tonight to see if Nadal, in fact, plays a little closer to the baseline. He's made comments about that in the last few days, that he felt that Djokovic has had the better of him the last few times because Djokovic, has taken a lot of time away from Nadal. So he wants to give back some of that same sort of philosophy. But early stages, we'll keep a close look on whether that transpires or not.
That's where Djokovic gets to him, and that's the most improved shot in the Djokovic arsenal is the forehand. 3 years ago it was a shot that made unforced errors, but this one, Nadal's not looking for that pace of shot that he can create into that forehand corner.
Djokovic has already got the arm working early. He's had a serve in at 201. His quickest of the championship so far has been 204. Average serve 187. So for speed, he's actually got it over Rafa.
Great second serve. You could see Nadal move, looking for that backhand serve, and Djokovic with a good kicker surprised him.
Well, you mentioned how much his forehand's improved. I think this has been even the better part of his improvement of recent times, Fred's the serve. He went through a phase there in 2010 where he lost his rhythm on serve. It was being tinkered with a little bit. He's gone back to his own original rhythm, and that second serve in particular is much better.
Well, Todd Martin did that when he took him over, changed the entire swing, didn't it? It was a swing that was reminiscent of the old Stefan Edberg thing where you held the racket down there all the time. He had to have too much work done at the top of the swing. As you mentioned, he's gone back to the old swing and he's tweaked that.
We discussed before that Djokovic will have the edge on speed as far as the first serve, the quickest serve is concerned. One thing where Nadal will be looking for an edge will be first serve percentage. His average first serve percentage throughout these championships, 74 compared to 60 for Djokovic.
That's another area, Peter, that the first serve we're talking about, that Nadal has decided he wants to work on by adding a little bit more weight to his racket. He feels like he hasn't been getting enough free points, and he may just try and pick up the pace a bit here tonight. Doesn't want to have to work as hard as he has in the past.
The US Open, he moved the grip around just like about an eighth of an inch to give him an extra 15k on the serve. And he's always trying to do things, Nadal. That's what you like about him. You mentioned whether he's going to stay in. He figures that out all the time. He did that when he nearly lost first round at Wimbledon about 4 or 5 years ago. Down 2 sets to love in the first round, came back to win it in 5. Robert Kendrick, yes, Californian.
It's one of 3 times in his career that he's been able to manufacture a win, coming back from 2 sets to love down. He hasn't done it since 2007, come from 2 sets to love down, as we look at the man whose house we're in tonight, Rocket Rod Laver. Hasn't done it since 2007, but he probably hasn't had to do it a lot since 2007.
He probably hasn't been down too many times to sets to love since then.
Well, that is just the confidence booster that Rafa would have wanted with his opening service game, holding to love.
One game.
We haven't spoken about the Nadal knee that prior to the tournament seemed to come from nowhere, to the point that before the championship started, he had to go off to hospital and he was in tears thinking he may not be able to play. That's interesting. Djokovic obviously feeling the tension that he's used in the racket to start this match is not what he wanted. Sometimes the conditions when they get humid change the flight of the ball. He might have decided that it's humid, a little bit heavier. He wants a racket strung perhaps a little bit looser.
Just struggling with his timing a little early, Novak Djokovic. 5 unforced errors on the board already.
Gives it a bit of effort, doesn't he? Around the top of the head. Big top spin. Right there, Djokovic, a little ginger on that leg, chasing that one. Did not move for it. See if you can pick it up here.
Just gets a little bit more pace on that forehand than a lot of other guys do. Just hits a little flatter, gets through the court a little bit more quickly. Djokovic we're talking about.
The Djokovic players box.
He's going to have a look at it. And Marian Vida, Djokovic's coach, sitting down the bottom right-hand corner of the box. Well and truly in.
Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
Haven't seen Djokovic's parents. I thought they were here at the start of the tournament. Haven't seen them.
I don't think they are, Fred.
Yeah.
I don't think
No,
any
they
of the
haven't been there
families
last
here.
week. Yeah. That's the shot that he just... That's like bread and butter now, whereas before that used to be under pressure, this shot. But not anymore. Right up round chest high and just dumps it.
But he's getting more pace, though, as well, even more than Federer does. Federer is getting a lot of spin on the ball, but not getting through the court as quickly as Djokovic, and it just was a big difference in the outcome for Djokovic last year.
There's that speed again.
That's that same shot again into the forehand, though. He's looking for it over the backhand wing.
We're on serve early in the final. Djokovic leads by 2-1.
It's the Norman Brooks Trophy.
Djokovic challenged the call on the right baseline. Ball was called in.
I think this is long, unless it's a lot of topspin. You never can tell with the strings that Nadal uses. He gets a lot of dip on the shot. It's long.
You're a good judge, Fred, because that margin is 2 millimetres.
Love 15.
You always had a good eye, didn't you?
Well, apparently he's got 2 good eyes.
No, I've always been one-eyed. That's a good challenge from Djokovic.
It's the reason that Nadal's got such a terrific record at staving off break points. He's a lefty. The big points are so regularly into the second court. He's down break point. He puts in that wicked sliding serve, and you're under big pressure. He's one of the best in the world as far as getting out of break points.
What a point.
Djokovic is down. Tweaked the ankle. He'll walk it off, though.
13-15.
Just after this, just
He
here,
just
it was
moves
rather
back.
innocuous.
Yeah.
Oops.
Just there, the right ankle rolled just a little.
It's another serve when he was coming up in the ranks. That was his go-to serve, wasn't
He's
it?
down
At
to break.
15-30 or
Yeah.
30-15, he used to go for that one right down the tee, and the players started to pick it after a while. They used to know that was going to happen at that stage of a game.
Nadal.
He's holding his serve very convincingly at present. Rafael Nadal has just dropped the 1 point.
2 games off.
Djokovic just flexing that leg at the other end of the court. There's the women's champion, Victoria Azarenka, in the crowd looking on. And it's one of those ones where you roll an ankle. Gentlemen, you know it. You've probably done it many times out there on the court. When you do it immediately, there's a bit of shock about it, and you think, I hope I haven't done it badly. Doesn't appear to be the case with Djokovic, but he's got it in his head now.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. He's just loosening it up. It would be more noticeable by now if he'd done some serious injury.
Well, he's had to put the weight on that left foot and drag the right one through. That showed you the last one when he drags his toe through. His tennis shoes don't last him too long.
speaking of those tennis shoes, Fred, it would be interesting to know what the surface of Novak Djokovic's shoes are like, because without question he has got the loudest pair of shoes in the men's game. It's like a symphony of sparrows as he makes his way around the court.
I think they're hard court shoes. They don't. The Wimbledon, they have the pimples on the bottom of them. Uncle Tony wasn't too happy with that one, and neither was Dad. That's his dad next to Uncle Tony. He looked up to the box and it was signalled out.
Changed his return of serve position there, Nadal. That was the first time he'd been up tight on the baseline.
30-15.
Most of the other occasions he'd let the ball drop. See where he stands here, on and inside the baseline. That's a surprise tactic and a good tactic, even if he just does that from time to time. Mix it up.
It worked for him. See the felt come off the ball and that super slow-mo. Whoops. Pretty tentative backhand there from Djokovic, having to put the weight on that front foot.
Well, it was a lack of footwork, wasn't it? He just didn't move as he should have done. We didn't hear the squeaking. He's falling backwards as he hits that. Third ace. What a turnaround that serve has been in 2011. It was a liability in 2010.
It's out.
Djokovic's high ace count in these championships, 15 against Hewitt in the round of 16. He's averaged about 8 aces a match.
People coming to clean the court for the bird sheet, please. Thank you.
Pascal Maria probably unaware of the fact that we could hear what he was saying, but looking to erase the calling cards from the birds. That's the translation of what he said.
Remarkable. Not that shot, the one before.
He does it time and time and time again.
Nadal.
Had no business getting that one, and it turned out quite difficult. And when he's got a target, look out.
Brings up the first big moment of the final. Break point.
Yeah, that was a tight return, very much rushed into that one. How eager both these men are to get an early break.
Goes after it though, Fred, doesn't he? Look where he
does.
is. He started to attack it, but as you said, he didn't really commit to it.
You look up to Uncle Tony and say, now, if I was another 8 feet back there, I'd have made that return. Now you're telling me to step in.
Well, he couldn't get near that, although he's going to have a look at the mark.
Advantage, Djokovic.
201. He's had at least 3 serves of 201. His quick one's been 202 tonight.
Tell you what, this is a good game for Djokovic to get out of, if he does.
Djokovic changed the call on the left-hand side. Ball was called out.
And it was by quite a margin, 34 millimetres.
Yes, Djokovic has two chances.
It's again on that backhand side when he's got to put weight onto that right foot.
Well, it's either, you know, it's maybe an ankle issue. I just think for the tournament, he just looked less robust. His footwork hasn't been as good. And last year, when he played so well, he moved exceptionally well, Djokovic. I just don't see it here this tournament.
Last rally was 20 strokes. And another break point opportunity.
So Nadal making Djokovic dance to the beat of his drum early. The first break comes, it goes the way of the Spaniard, and he leads 3-2 in the first set of the final. All sorts of changing going on for Novak Djokovic. He was very frustrated as he went to his chair. He's changed his shirt, he's changed his racket again.
And he's seen Nadal jog out, which is a wonderful psychological ploy from Nadal.
It's 91 degrees and he's put on a black shirt.
That is curious. Especially for a man who's looked the way he has in his last two matches. And this look that he's got going at the moment has proven to be the onset of that flat patch that he goes through.
He got a challenge or not?
Nadal changed the call on the left center side. Ball was called out.
Well, the question is that challenging in a timely manner?
Well, they all seem to do it. They see a mark and... I think it's better than looking at your support box and asking them, though.
Well, it's pretty much up to the chair umpire to determine that, isn't it? Whether it's made in a timely fashion. He's picked up a couple of the players for coaching also, Pascal Maria, throughout the 2 weeks of the event. Two players that he picked up were Burditch and his coaching staff, and first round against Tomic when Tomic played Verdasco. Both players questioned him. He said, they're speaking, but I can't understand what they're saying, but the sentences are too long. So they have to be coaching. It can't be just vamos or come on. It's Spot on there, Jeffrey. He's just working on his footwork. He's just not in position at all. Even with that backhand, his forehand, then he questions where he was, the feet. Look at the intensity on Nadal, boy.
That's good.
It's a lot of hard work from Nadal too. A lot of court coverage.
He's up for it though, isn't he?
Yep.
He feels so determined to break this losing streak against Djokovic.
Thank you.
You saw Uncle Tony there grimace and then applaud. It's one thing you must say for him. He loves his tennis, and he really applauds good shots, whether they're against Nadal's opponents or whether they're his man. He just loves the sport. He's robbed on that one.
And that gives Djokovic an opportunity to get the break straight back. That's the ideal time to do it.
That's what we mentioned before. Break point down, he goes the wide slider that you can do nothing with.
Pretty effective forehand there.
There's up to a dozen unforced errors now. That is a very high count for 6 games.
That's twice as many as his opponent. Nadal's made 6, Djokovic 12.
And this last forehand misses by a good couple of meters. That's a bad miss, nowhere near it.
Yes. Djokovic.
He complains about a missed forehand, then he comes up with two very good returns that are very deep and hit firmly. This is a good return.
Best returner on the tour in 2011, won 39% of all return service games.
There's another wild one.
Well, again, that's just footwork. He wasn't to the ball then. He finished up reaching for it just marginally. He needed an extra little shuffle here. He's just reaching.
Look at the difference in the body language of the players. Djokovic walking around, shaking his head, confused. Nadal, all business, as always.
Nadal.
Good serve, just out of reach. Doesn't get enough on it. You can see right up on the top of the frame, barely gets it back into court, and he just doesn't have time to recover for that forehand right into the forehand corner.
Well, the longer it goes, the more significant this sixth game is becoming. 4 deuces now. Djokovic has had 2 break points. 9 minutes in duration. It's becoming pivotal.
Pinpoint accuracy, that serve's been good. On the juice court, right down the middle. Again, this one moving away, just out of reach once more.
Well, it's still about depth, isn't it? And right throughout this rally, Djokovic keeping really good depth until he finally gets a short one. And again, the approach shot, look at that, 1/2 metre from the baseline with pace.
Pretty well executed volley here for somebody that is not known for his volleying expertise.
It's improved a lot though, hasn't it, Fred?
It
used
has,
to be
yep.
very ordinary.
Jammed him with the body serve, and that was it. Such determination written all over the face of Nadal after every point.
But you get the feeling he's ready to run through a brick wall tonight, Nadal. He does not want to lose 7 in a row. As you mentioned earlier, he's lost 9 of the last 11 matches against Djokovic.
Is a big hole from Rafael Nadal. Djokovic will be kicking himself. He had a couple of opportunities but didn't take advantage of them. That might be significant when we talk about the story of this match. The crowd in Garden Square packed out there, and also at Grand Slam Oval, just to be here to enjoy the atmosphere of the first big worldwide sporting event of 2012. The Eureka Tower standing like a beacon above Melbourne's skyline on a cloudy and perhaps, and hopefully later on, stormy night.
Pretty nice sunset, or it appears to be.
Djokovic facing a storm of his own at present.
More frustration, that forehand, and
something on the court, I think.
It might be the vibration dampener came out of the racket. Yeah, that's what it is.
Uncle Tony's got pretty good eyes. He just saw it fly into the corner.
The defending champion needing to be very vigilant here. Otherwise, the first set could be gone before he knows it. Starting to get that look about him again. Starting to get that flat look. Didn't even follow that ball in.
He's been stand and deliver these first 3 points.
Yeah. Wants to finish the points quickly. If this is any indication, the first 3 points here.
Djokovic holds, but perhaps the sign's just a little worrisome. He's down a break. Nadal has it 4-3 first set. New balls, Nadal with the break, serving at 4-3. The 204km/h fast serve that Fred Stolle was talking about for Rafael Nadal is in fact his fastest of the championship so far.
15 all.
Creates his own pace of shot there. Nadal was just blocked back. That one could bring rain if it gets up any higher.
Crowd love it when the ball is skied and caught.
13-15.
Better get that guy signed up for the Indian cricket team.
I think I'd rather be signed up to be the Indian cricket coach. I mean, look at what his salary apparently is.
Imagine what the salary is going to be when they start winning.
Yeah.
Disappointed with that one.
It's all about winning the close games, isn't it? And that's something that Djokovic did so well last year. So far tonight, it's been Nadal that's won the close games.
Keoki buena. Nadal is trying to go on the right service line. Ball was put out.
Kelke Buena, what's that mean? It could be good.
First service.
Could be good.
Good. That's what it is. It could be good. So
annoying for Nadal after coming up with such a good serve. Pascal Maria just giving some reinforcement to the line judge who made the error. Don't realise what a hard job they've got until you sit at the side of the court and see the speed that the ball is moving.
talked about lack of footwork, Jeffrey. It wasn't there at all in that one. That was a second serve. Normally he's very quick to get around this one and hit it down to the forehand line here. Look, hardly moves.
His cramps, see how tight the elbow is into the side. The ball chased him and he didn't move.
Yes.
Remember the last game, Nadal's serve was an absolute marathon. Djokovic had two fully blown chances and couldn't take any advantage of it. He's got half a chance here. Running out of time to take his chances in the first set.
Djokovic.
This is where the mind games come into play. Nadal looking good here. Looks as though he should go on and win this set. But he knows in the back of his mind that he struggles against Djokovic, and he has played a pretty poor game for Nadal by his standards in this game so far. He's not out of it, just down a break point.
Yes. Djokovic. Ladies and gentlemen, please remind to be quiet during the point. Thank you.
Marion Vida reinforcing that point.
That's a good serve again. That's the one Jeff Masters talking about. Not a lot of pace on it, 177, but boy, halfway up the service line there and just spinning away. Djokovic has to take one hand off the racket. Can't play that with two hands. Look at that full stretch out there. Can't control it. That is the shot when he plays against Djokovic. I mean, against Nadal. Djokovic, that forehand, that is the shot that does the damage. But we haven't seen too many of them tonight. Keeps moving further and further away from Nadal. Watch where he gets this on the frame.
Well, in top-level sport, you only get a certain number of chances, and finally Djokovic has taken one. It's taken him 5 break points to get the break back, but that's exactly what he's done.
Well, that was a big psychological blow, wasn't it? Because Nadal has looked the better of the two players, as you mentioned, and it was only probably the mental processes that brought Nadal undone there.
Not a good game at all. So, back to square one. There's the very expensive watch that he's got, Nadal, and a good look at the ball bounce. And the serve, he gets all that motion, jumps up in the air.
Love 15.
Before the match, we talked in the gulf between their average first serves into play, and so it's proving. Nadal operating at 70, very satisfactory. Djokovic needs to raise the bar. He's at 47% of first serves into play. And again, he looked a little tentative in his footwork.
Long 30.
This is Nadal's favourite shot, though, hitting this off forehand. And, yeah, in the background, you can see Djokovic not taking off particularly quickly.
We'll get a jail-free card there from Djokovic.
15-30.
This next one was past him. It was a cold winner. And the net cord goes against Nadal.
It's the ability of Djokovic to absorb the big forehand. This one here of Nadal jumping up at you, and Djokovic takes it on the rise and thumps it back as hard. That's something that one-handed players can't do. People like Federer struggle with that shot.
He runs into trouble with Nadal, isn't it? Exactly the same.
She's always supportive.
Yep. Mazzucato looks as though he's out of it for a couple of games, and then suddenly gets a break of serve, and he's like a new man.
Well, as we mentioned, that 2-4 game, he just was stand and deliver without really too much thought about what was going on. Now he's very mindful. Djokovic we're talking about.
There's been a bit of a surge in the momentum from the defending champion. Novak Djokovic has his nose in front. 5-4 in the opening set. We've been going more than an hour. Serbian fans, Spanish fans, plenty of those abounding, and the neutral fans are just here to enjoy the occasion. And they've certainly done that. Roof open, little sprinkle of rain earlier on during the mixed doubles final. But weather-wise, it has been the most perfect fortnight here in Melbourne. And that's the reason that the record for these Australian Open Championships attendance-wise has already been broken before anyone came through the gates tonight. Rafa just needing to find a spark again at 4-5.
Hit the serve at the body well so far tonight, Nadal, and that's a good tactic against the man who is the best returner of serve on tour. Don't give him room to swing.
We've got a lone seagull who's just dived down low into the stadium. And about 100 others have followed.
Yeah, he's just said, follow me, folks.
By the look of it, they're going to depart reasonably quickly, although we've still got 3 or 4 up high, but no real hold up. Jeffrey, after the other night, I'm not saying anything about seagulls.
Wise decision. Leave that all to David Attenborough, I think.
Well, the feathers, you can see the feathers floating down onto the court now. They're all over the place.
That was a pretty good service game from Nadal after he sort of threw away his last service game to allow Djokovic back into this opening set. He'd like to have had this game when he was serving at 4-3. 40 love at the moment.
It's a credit to Djokovic's ground stroke control and his decision making that so far tonight I think Nadal has probably hit about four forehands from the backhand corner, which is what he likes to hit. He's just been prevented from running around the backhand and hitting those off forehands by the accuracy of the Djokovic ground strokes. That's what he wants to do.
You called it, Jeffrey. It turned into a tough hold of serve, but a good one and a vital time in the first set as this set rolls on. It's not going to be a quick match, even if we have straight sets tonight. We've been going 1 hour and 7 minutes already.
He's a metre or so behind the baseline when he clips this one. You've got to generate a lot of pace to put that away from a man that's got the wingspan and the stretching ability of Djokovic. He gets to most of those. Five all, heading towards tiebreaker. Again, Djokovic actually blaming the restring for this.
15.
Still serving at a very poorly 49% of first serves in Djokovic, so he's making life difficult for himself.
About the amount of topspin he got on that. Just ripped it.
13.
Well, it's this backhand that does the job. He decides to really go after it. And that's the first time, really, off the backhand side, off a neutral ball, that he's really gone after that shot, Nadal.
He's only hit one backhand winner so far in the match.
Biggest point of the match so far right here. Nadal goes for it, sees the half opening, and the half opening just got bigger.
Well, that was Djokovic's problem. He refused to go in after he hit a good first serve, got a short reply, and didn't commit in the early stages of this rally. Then he comes back to this spot, and Nadal burns him with the forehand.
Break point for the Spaniard to go 6-5 up deep in the first set. And the break comes at the worst possible moment for Novak Djokovic. Rafael Nadal in a moment will be serving for a 1-set-to-love lead in the final.
Well, credit to Nadal there. I think at 30 all he came up with a big backhand, and to get himself to 30-40 he then came up with another big forehand down the line. He'd been playing to a pattern, he'd been hitting that forehand back across court, had the courage to go for the opening. So we may well see what we thought we were going to see earlier, Fred, and that is a first set to Nadal.
Yep. Yeah, well, he's had enough opportunities to win the first set, and it'll just be up to his mental application now, serving for the set. He lost it at 4-3, which would have put him in front 5-3. And both players know the importance of this opening set. I think Nell wins this first set, he can go on pretty strongly.
Plenty of stars on that bag already of Rafael Nadal. Is he about to add another one, an 11th? Well, this would be the first step towards that. Yesterday, the women's final went 1 hour and 22 minutes in total. The first set in the men's final goes 1 hour and 14 minutes, and it still ain't over. It might be in a moment, though, if Rafa can come up with a solid service game in the 12th game. Otherwise, we're off to the breaker.
Done that serve. He's hit that serve well, as Jeff Masters was saying. Yeah, for an hour and 22 minutes yesterday, $2.3 million to Azarenka, and she deserved it. But the winner of the men's singles probably be out there for maybe 3 or 4 times as long. Gets the same money, $2.3 million. Well, it was worth the percentage play. Djokovic had him stuck in that corner, and he's 15 love. If he pulls the trigger on this forehand, which he does, and makes it, he's 30 love, but it went wide. But worth it as far as the percentages are concerned. It's 15 all, and he's still serving. The man can do it all. And Rod Laver there.
40-50.
Admiring that. Rocket's a left-hander. He knows what it's like. He lets this one bounce. Doesn't overplay it. Then moves in behind the next one. Plays the little sliding volley and plays the angle to take him to set points. Beautifully executed. Moving forward.
Not a bad time to come up with that on set point. Second serve coming in at just 128 kilometres an hour. One set point remaining, though, for Nadal. Great defensive stuff from Djokovic. At the psychological moment, his partner is on her feet.
Irrespective of what happens here in this particular match, Djokovic still remains #1 in the world because by way of his performances last year. But this certainly would help Nadal's mental approach to what he can achieve against Djokovic.
Speaking of number 2 and number 1, Fred, it's interesting to note that when they've met in Grand Slam finals in the modern era, the number 2 seed has a more positive record than the number 1 seed. 20-17.
That's the way it may work out tonight.
Especially if this next point goes the way of the Spaniard. For much of the set, he looked the man more likely, and so it proves. Rafael Nadal takes the first step in the final in 2012 after 1 hour and 20 minutes. 7 games to 5. Is the Spaniard on his way?
$15.
1 hour 22 minutes the time on the clock. As we said, exactly the same time that the women's final took to complete yesterday.
Right on the paint. Not even another look from Nadal. Brilliant shot, this one from Djokovic. Nadal moving to the backhand side. This one comes right back down the line. Spot on the line.
Incidentally, Fred, after your comment about Victoria Azarenka earning $2.3 million, I got my long division skills from school going again and worked out that it's round about $28,000 a minute that she earned yesterday. A rate of pay rivalled only by your good self.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, well, I won't say who I thought you were going to. I'll get myself into trouble. That's the one, but he hasn't had enough opportunities to do it tonight. He's probably played about 4 or 5 of those, and that's been about it. Hasn't been able to get in position.
The good news, though, Fred, after that first set, the good news for Djokovic supporters, he just put his head down, walked straight to the chair with a positive frame of mind, no histrionics, as if he's ready to go whatever he needs to go.
I thought Djokovic, Nadal might win this one tonight, and I think he might win it in straight sets right now. We'll see. Bit early to go sticking your neck out like that, but it's a good service game. First one from Djokovic.
First game, second set.
And trying something different there as well, his first serve and volley point for the match. Now, let's take a look, first of all, at Rafael Nadal and the rally hit points in yellow, the winners in red.
Okay. Well, most of his winners have gone into the Djokovic forehand corner, because that's the shot that we've mentioned so often that he loves to hit. He loves to get into his own backhand corner and hit his off forehand into the opponent's forehand corner. So there's must be a dozen there, and the majority of them came towards the end of the first set. So that's his go-to shot, that off forehand in the opponent's forehand corner.
He's ready, Nadal, though. Look, he's jogging back out there on court. No sit down after the first game of any set these days.
But he's really switched on with it.
Yeah,
you know, that psychological ploy, showing his opponent, hey, I'm just warming up. I'm ready here. I'll go as long as it takes.
Interestingly enough, it was reported when they had the, saw it on the news, when they had their warm-ups earlier in the day, Djokovic was closed to the public and Nadal let folks in to watch his warm-up.
Second service.
So you wouldn't think that would bother Djokovic. There's no secrets between these two. He's not going to send anybody in that find out something new.
Love 15.
Unless, of course, he was carrying a little injury.
Exactly. Yeah.
We just saw the first double fault of the match for either player. The most double faults Nadal has served in any match of the championship so far this year has been 2. He served 8 in total before tonight.
A little more squeak from the shoes of Djokovic throughout that rally.
Peter will be happy to hear that.
Well, it's a good indicator, isn't it?
It is a good indicator.
That he's moving.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to determine whether he's taken that piece of tape, because I can't see that piece of tape on his left thigh, whether he's taken that off. Left quad. Actually, I think he has.
Fifteen seconds.
Here we go.
15-14.
Well, here's an area for the most part that Novak Djokovic was just unable to capitalise upon in that first set.
He wanted to go forward and volley that, Nadal, and should have. He had such a great serve. Now, by the time he hits the ball after it's bounced, Djokovic is back into play. Lost opportunity.
.28 seconds between points with that one, with Nadal. Getting pretty close to the limit.
No wonder he's getting frustrated. So many break points now. He's had 6 of them, only converted the 1.
It's not going to do it there. It's bread and butter. Nadal can go either way with that one. It's far too short. Djokovic not even in the picture to get that one.
Still one break point to come. He just manufactured one there. He found himself in the wrong position and was still able to conjure one up.
21 stroke rally.
Yes.
One of the better rallies, probing to try and find a weakness. That one looked as though it might go long. The top spin kept it in, and then that thumping backhand and taking a risk.
Travelling some territory. They'll have about 200 60-metre sprints before the night is out.
Up to 3 aces for the match. He is not a prolific server of aces.
I think he changed his mind there. I thought he was going to play a drop shot, and looked as though Nadal anticipated. I mean, Djokovic anticipated the drop shot. He was on his way forward, and he slices this one way wide.
Looked like there could have been just a fairly large gust of wind during that point as well. Can get a bit swirly down there at court level.
That serve's been good for him tonight. Interesting to see how many times he's gone there on the first serve on that juice court, Nadal.
Well, he's just hit enough at the body as well to keep Djokovic from leaning that way early.
That's a very good hold, but it's one that's got away again for Novak Djokovic. Once more, he finds himself in a position where he's got a couple of break points that he doesn't take advantage of. And if you keep doing that against one of the best players we've ever seen, it will come back to bite you.
Well, good sporting spirit there too, because he signalled that one long, and then he went up to have a look at it. There, he says no, and then he goes to have a look. As soon as he saw the mark, just turned around and walked. A lot of respect for one another, these boys.
That's super stuff from both players.
Let.
You talked before, Fred, about pushing the envelope with the 28 seconds between points. It just seems as though it's not policed anymore because the time between shots is 20 seconds.
The great Bjorn Borg used to take precisely between 12 and 14 seconds between every point. He used to play very quickly. On the other side of the coin, and it was a 30-second deal, Ivan Lendl used to take 28. There it is. Going tonight. Lendl used to take, when it was allowed to be 30 seconds, used to 28, 29, by the time he got rid of the sawdust and wiped the grip.
Andy Murray was actually at pains to point out the other night in the semi-final against Djokovic that he was taking a long, long time to get the ball back into play, but nothing's been done about it. And we saw that they're both more than 50% over the acquired or the allotted time.
Left for service.
Well, that's a good shot. Tough shot to hit. He's got to generate his own pace off a short ball. Looks easy, but he's got to hit that off forehand with topspin away from the body.
We've been going 19 minutes now in this second set, and we are on serve. Djokovic leading 2-1.
Thank you. Take your seat, please. Thank you.
We've had 15 games completed, and we are now up to the 100th minute, or just beyond, of this final in 2012. So we're looking at between 6 and 7 minutes average per game, including the change of ends, of course.
Let. For service.
He's found his stride here. That's a beautifully constructed point from Djokovic. Again, look where Nadal is trying to compete here. He's back around the Melbourne sign, and that's a good 4 or 5 metres behind the baseline.
15-0.
Oh. He knew that one was on its way.
30-15.
Should never have got to that third shot of this rally. Djokovic had a very easy backhand to hit down the line and come forward, and he elected not to do so. And that was a cracker shot, 157 kilometres an hour. But it just shows you that Djokovic is just loath to come forward. They all have such respect for Nadal's passing shots, but you've still got to come in from time to time when the opportunity is sitting right there for you. Because what happens if you don't, the opponent just stops stressing too much about hitting depth. You've got to continually make them feel they have to hit the ball deep. Otherwise the pressure just doesn't build enough.
Oh, well, the opportunity now for Djokovic.
13-14.
Again.
He's got to start taking them, doesn't he? He's had 7 so far. The only one came in the 8th game of the first set, where he was able to get the break. It took him 3 goes to do it then.
Right up on top of the frame. That super slow-mo camera catches that. Not in the middle of the racket at all.
Out.
That's Nadal's ball that Pascal Maria is talking about. Good call from the chair.
On the line.
And this time, he doesn't let an opportunity slip by. Djokovic makes the first significant move of the second set.
Quite a remarkable volley there from Djokovic, because Nadal hit the passing shot. This one keeps it very low, but the volley gets down, keeps the head of the racket up and right on the line. Nadal's looking for this one to crack a passing shot, tracking it down, hits the line and zips away. So it got behind him. He couldn't even make a shot at the finish. So much for my predictions. 3-1, Djokovic.
It's not in the book yet,
No.
Fred.
Well, you put yourself out there, though. You
Yeah.
have the courage.
I just see that tape. He's still got that blue tape on there, I thought.
New balls here for Djokovic.
Love 15.
Well, Djokovic stopped complaining about his rackets the last few games.
15.
Mentally, he's probably got to help him.
Yeah. Since the end of the first set, he's been all focus, Djokovic.
And as well as his focus, Jeff, no real sign of that malaise that we've seen in evidence in the Ferrer and Murray matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Save for perhaps the first 2 or 3 games, he was a little leaden-footed perhaps, but certainly the facial expressions haven't displayed any exhaustion. Starting to be more aggressive with his backhand, Nadal. He'd only hit 1 winner 3 games ago off the backhand. He's now up to 3, and he's had about another 3 that were forced errors. Been a lot more proactive with that shot.
Both players really starting to crack these ground strokes. The final is lifting.
Thank you.
Djokovic continuing to play on or very close to the baseline, taking these heavily topspin balls on the rise, and with it taking time away from Nadal.
It's been about the most self-assured that Novak Djokovic has looked since the second set against Leighton Hewitt the other night, and he has the second set in his keeping at the moment, 4-1. An absorbing contest so far. Djokovic in the box seat to level it up. What's going to happen next in the final? You can see the wind just starting to get up in the stadium as well. I wonder if that is an indicator that there might be a change in the weather coming.
This match has come alive, folks. These boys are playing a lot better quality stuff in this set than they were in the opening set.
Certainly Djokovic making Nadal cover a lot more territory.
Temperature is still 31 degrees in Melbourne. No real sign of any troublesome weather on the radar at present.
You had a good look at the roof there, which is partially closed, so there has been reports maybe some storms. So if that is the case, it's not going to take them long to get the job done to close the roof. Good eye from Djokovic there.
2 millimetres.
just thinking it took the boys from Hawkeye 2 or 3 years to really get their job done, and they went around trying to sell it to the Grand Slams and couldn't do it, and then they got one court here and one court there, and boy, what an innovation it's been. Now it's at all the majors. It's on 3 courts here.
That's why Djokovic hesitates to come forward even when he knows he should, because the Nadal passing shots are outstanding. Nevertheless, that's a volley that should have been made.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. Doesn't matter how good this one is. This volley, if you can volley at all, this volley, you've got an open court. That volley should have been made. That's the old serve, the old go-to serve from
40-15.
Nadal from a few years back.
Ace number 5 for the match. He's now got his nose in front of Djokovic in that regard.
And it was played at exactly the same time. It's 30-15, 30-15 or 15-30. He used to use that serve 8 times out of 10.
A bit of a wild one from Djokovic. Nadal conserves a bit of energy in the 6th game of the 2nd set and prepares for the battle ahead to try and get that break back. He's running out of opportunities. Whose name will be added by night's end?
It's very close. Djokovic handled the call on the right service line. Ball was called out.
Well, the chair umpire says very close. That's sort of a code to say that it could be in. There you go. That's the code. It's very close. That said, well, that means they should challenge. It's the unofficial law.
Just wide.
Love 15.
Boy, that was a great shot. It missed though, but what a wonderful effort from Djokovic here. Round the outside of the net post.
His quickest official serve of the night is 202. That was 195 for the wide one, so that wasn't far short of the fastest ball he served.
30-15.
Don't do it, you hurt your knuckles if you're going to do it with the other hand. Well, a couple of points there.
40-15.
A bit of a lapse from Nadal and puts Djokovic 40-15, seventh game.
It's got the feeling of a match at the moment that Djokovic has right where he wants it in this second set. Cheeky. And when he plays that way, you know that his confidence is sky high. 5-2. Djokovic getting closer to levelling the match. Stringers going through their work. There's been a few sent off to the stringers, especially from Novak Djokovic early in this match. But the stringers seem to have come up with the right tension for the rackets that they've sent back, because he is the man in charge in the second set, with the break coming in the fourth game. Nadal forced to serve now just to keep the set going.
Different player out there now, Djokovic. Incredible. He's standing on the baseline and just controlling pretty much everything at the moment.
We've now played 138 points in the match, and they've won 69 apiece. Winners at 22 each, unforced errors at 25 each.
So it's pretty clear cut then.
Just toss a coin, and that's the only way. Looks like we're going to be level shortly. I think I just noticed with that last shot of the roof that we saw, gentlemen, that maybe it is closing a little bit.
Yeah.
And the indicator seems to be, from the radar, that the rain is closing in.
40-30.
Slightly ungainly.
She ended up a very good shot from Nadal. He was in trouble here. And Djokovic, full stretch. That was a big point.
Net. First service.
Wow.
I think it's good. Nadal is challenging the goal on the right.
Nadal's got to challenge that anyway. Whether just for his own satisfaction.
He can do that. He can do that. Yeah, but he feel the ball is out.
Well, that's...
Yes. Nadal has one challenge remaining.
all a bit curious, all a bit confusing.
Feels the ball is out.
Advantage. Nadal.
Can't do much about that.
Extraordinary return off a very wide sliding delivery.
Yes.
Well, the forehand wasn't bad a couple of points earlier.
Yep.
I'm glad that Djokovic sees it this way, because it means he's in there and just determined to get back into this.
Another terrific return of serve. His reactions, his footwork, everything has become more heightened in this set. First set, he was just blocking the return back. Now he's reacting more quickly and hitting it back.
He's struggled to convert break points. Would be a good time to change that here. Set point to level the match.
Yes.
We certainly employed that tactic of the body serve a few times tonight.
Advantage Nadal.
But again, an indication of Djokovic's better movement is he's getting out of the way now more quickly and thumping it back. This has been a terrific game from both players.
Boy, look at that return again.
He went for another big one, not this time. So another break point is squandered, but the difference is that this time Djokovic has the chance to do it off his own racket.
Say it every match, when you get tight like this, you get close. It's tough to wrap it up and serve for the set. So a bit of pressure here for Djokovic to get this all even. Nadal will be looking for the first point here. Oh.
He's starting to look like the player who won 10 titles last year.
15 off.
Takes control of the rally. Look where he is inside the baseline, this time on the baseline. Finds the angle deep into that forehand corner. Great camera work once more. Beautiful follow through.
I remember earlier Nadal from time to time was looking to stand up on that baseline on second serves and be aggressive. Look how deep he is. The ball's dropping. He must have been 4 meters behind the baseline there to take that second serve.
And when it's 138 kilometres an hour, it takes a long time to get to you. A little pump of the fist from Novak Djokovic indicates just a self-assuredness that he seems to have inherited again in the second set.
Well, they know one another so well. When he hits this one down here, sets up the short ball and then knows that this one's going cross court. He goes down line occasionally with it, but Djokovic just sitting right on that volley.
Second and third set points for the defending champion. Uncle Tony's seen it all before.
Well, Nadal is absolutely relentless. Yes. Not going to give anything away. This is a well-played point again here, and he goes for broke on the forehand on 2 occasions. Favourite shot, that off forehand. You saw how many of those winners he'd hit in that graphic we had earlier into that spot.
Can you believe it?
Oh. He got away with it.
Well, this game is enormous. Terrible drop shot. Djokovic could have hit it anywhere. Nadal's picked it.
Well, this would be massive.
Saved a couple of set points, Nadal. And now with the execution of the volley, has a break point.
A double fault. Djokovic is going to challenge by the look of it. So his hopes rest on Hawkeye. A wry smile. I think he knows. Is he going to get some luck? No, he's not. Rafael Nadal simply does not know when he is supposed to be beaten, and he breaks back, and we're back on serve. 5-4, second set. It is turning into a match of lost opportunities for Novak Djokovic, and should he go down 2-0, which seemed absolutely unthinkable for most of this second set, he will be kicking himself. 3 set points have gone begging. We're back on serve. Nadal serving to level it up at 5 games all in the final in Melbourne in 2012, and we have now been going 2 hours and 19 minutes.
We haven't played 2 sets.
It could be a long one. Well, that was a rather tired-looking stroke, something we haven't seen from him for a long time.
Out.
Is there another turn in the tail coming?
13.
Well, he's ripping into those second serves now, and that's a good play. I think that's about his only shot this stage to get out of this set.
Nadal's first serve percentage in the second set not as strong as the first. That's what happens when you can land one.
32.
And again, just firing it straight at the body of Djokovic.
40-30.
Overruled from the chair by Pascal Maria, who's been spot on most of the night.
You have one challenge.
Yeah, he's got one challenge left. He's going to
Nadal
use it.
challenged the call on the right baseline. Ball was calling.
Of course, if we do get to a tie break, they'll get one more challenge each.
Nadal has no challenges remaining.
That's bad luck for Djokovic.
Yeah, the point was his.
The point was his, and they replay the point now.
Second serve, just 132 from Nadal.
Yes.
Well, the 3 points that he's won here, Djokovic has been on second serves. This one was a good reply, but there's the forehand. This is the one that does the damage all the time. He gets Nadal way back behind the baseline. But at this stage of the match, it hasn't happened enough for him.
What a time to do that.
Unbelievable anticipation here.
Djokovic.
Most of the time as that shot from Nadal goes back the other way, Djokovic is just there, beautifully set. Nadal can't believe it.
142 kilometres an hour. He's got another set point. This will be number 4. You have to take your chances. Double faults have decided a couple of big points. Djokovic levels up the match. He was the favourite before it started. He's probably a slight favourite again. We're a set apiece in the final after 2 hours and 27 minutes.
There we go.
So there you go. It's finally been said by Pascal Maria that they have to watch the time between points. They've both pushed the envelope to a degree where they've been transgressing.
He did mention that he's spoken to Rafa, and so he just didn't tell Djokovic that he was the culprit. Both players have taken their time. Very warm conditions, though, so they give him a little bit of leeway.
30 seconds for Djokovic, 34 for Nadal. A reminder that the time that they are supposed to adhere to is 20 seconds.
Oh. 15.
Well, we'll see what happens, because I think Maria has done the right thing and he's warned them both privately. Will someone get a proper warning, a legitimate legal warning at some stage?
You've got to really think this is a terrific effort from this man here, Novak Djokovic, because he's played some pretty long matches, a long one the other day, and this has been going over for what, 2 hours and
30,
2.5 hours. So the physical efforts from both players, or the physical condition from both players, certainly has to come into play in the next 2 hours, one would think, because it'll take 2 hours for the next 2 sets unless something drastic happens.
Going into this match, Djokovic had been on court 2 minutes shy of 15 hours, and Nadal had been out there even longer, courtesy of the 4 hours 16 against Berdych and 3:42 against Federer. He'd been 16.5 hours, so about an hour and a half longer than Djokovic.
Well, we talked about it earlier. It was Djokovic who played the last of the semi-finals.
And 3 out of the last 4, Fred, have been won by the man who played in that second semi.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? We've spoken tonight about how Nadal wanted to play more aggressively, and tonight he's been less aggressive with his court positioning than he was in the US final of 2011. So in other words, he's playing deeper behind the baseline, and this is a look at Djokovic tonight. 64% behind the baseline, 36 inside, so he's very much taking the aggressive part of the court, which is what we'd expect, and it's paying dividends.
Just 3 balls inside the service line for Rafael Nadal. A love hold for Djokovic, making a big statement at the start of the 3rd set. We just saw a shot of the fans and their fans. 29.2 degrees Celsius still at 20 minutes after 10 on a Sunday night. Making this even more grueling physically.
Set up by another outstanding return of serve.
30-15.
Should have been at the net behind it, surely, but after the return, he had his man by the throat.
Wasn't exactly the volley that he wished he had. That was
No.
pretty close, wasn't it? He didn't mean it to be that close. Oh boy, that's good play. But look where Nadal is trying to get that one. Smart play from Djokovic. He rolled that one with a lot of heavy topspin. Comes inside. That's the deep one. Now, Nadal retreats. He gets this one. It bounces on the service line there. And look where Nadal is. He's 5 meters behind, trying to track that down.
A comfortable game all of a sudden becomes a little bit uncomfortable.
Again, he's just showing us here why he had the best return of serves statistics last year. It's been phenomenal returning the last set, early in this third set.
Again, the serve at the body on the juice court has been a major factor of Nadal staying in a lot of these games.
He's starting to rifle those forehands up the line.
Well, the ball from Nadal too short, and if your opponent's standing on the baseline and you present him with a short ball, you're giving him an opportunity to punish it.
Djokovic dropping the racket in disgust, knows that he's getting close to what would be a crucial break, but he just can't take that next step.
Yes.
Djokovic standing firm on the baseline though to return serve, isn't he? He's not really that far back behind the baseline, and he's getting the ball pretty early, getting it back to Nadal before Nadal can get himself set at the back of the court.
contrast in their opening service games in this third set. Djokovic, of course, holding to love. This will be the 12th point of this opening service game for Nadal. Vamos, says Rafa. Vamos, says Uncle Tony.
Uncle Tony's changed his seat. He's gone from the front row to the second row. Must have been where he was sitting last match.
Yeah. Another big hold for Nadal. Under pressure.
One game.
If the pressure keeps coming, though, even a player as brilliant as he might eventually crack.
Well, the crowd were here to see an epic, and I think we're on our way. 2 hours and 41 minutes with just over 2 sets of tennis played. A little bit better value this evening.
Wow, that's fantastic. Absolutely awesome.
15.
Toe to toe. And look at this, top of the bounce. Half a metre from each line.
Thank you.
Just to give you some idea of how slow this match is, comparing it to the Querrey-Tomic match earlier in the championships, they played 2 hours and 13 minutes, 4 sets, 237 points. This match has been going half an hour longer, and they've played 55 points less. Mind you, Querrey and Tomic do play as though someone's hit the fast forward button.
Yeah, not too many rallies. Interesting to see the average strokes in the rally tonight. There's got to be quite a few, because there's 12, 14 strokes in this rally. Some of them have been in the 20s. Right in the middle of the frame, that one.
Thank you.
Toe to toe again.
40-30. Let's.
We stay on serve early in the third set. The arm wrestle continues in the final. It's Djokovic, 2-1.
Djokovic leads 2-1.
And we are seeing a fitting conclusion to what has been a magnificent fortnight in Melbourne. And it's still no clearer who's going to take the men's championship and have his name inscribed on the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. Rafael Nadal having to play catch-up in this third set. Djokovic on serve, leads 2-1. Match has been in progress 2 hours and 48 minutes. Rafael Nadal played in the longest ever singles match here, and that was the semi-final against Fernando Verdasco in 2009, which went in excess of 5¼ hours. We may be on track to break that.
So, Pete, you're saying 665,000 before today.
Yep, and they'd already broken the record.
15 here. There's got to be 7 or 8, maybe even more out in the square. So they're closing in on 700,000 folks then. That's terrific.
Very close. The Sunday record is just over 22,000, and it'll be close to that today. Previous record here at Melbourne Park was set in 2010 when 654,000, just a little under, had come in. So even allowing for 1 day less, the record had been broken by more than 11,000 yesterday. Quite remarkable. Part of that due to the fabulous weather that Melbourne has been having for the past 2 weeks.
A lot of it due to Leighton Hewitt and Bernard Tomic, our 2 Australians that got through to the second week. Assured packed houses in the evenings.
Uncle Tony looks a bit edgy. It's got the feeling, Jeff, at the moment, as we spoke about in the change of ends, that the man who slips up first here is really going to have the task on his hands. The one who makes the first decisive move is going to be an overwhelming favourite at that point.
Yeah, and I don't think Nadal is going to slip. Djokovic is going to have to play the highest quality all the way to the end tonight. I think this match tonight just means so much to Nadal. And sometimes it's hard to compare, but Djokovic, he's done so much in 2011, is the intensity, the hunger, the absolute desire, that of a man who didn't have a good 2011, has lost to this man here tonight 6 times in a row, as he got the most hunger and passion here tonight? Well, we'll see. Djokovic unhappy, had a perfect return.
You can look at that the other way, Jeff, too. If Nadal wants this one so badly, and he's played his heart out, and he loses this one, this could, you know, be tough on the rest of, or the start of his year. It's certainly going to be the start, but it could knock him around mentally.
Absolutely, but again,
big time.
But this is why I think he wants this so badly.
It was a bad call, that last one. That ball was nearly inside the baseline.
Here's trouble.
Boy, he was quick to jump onto that one. You talk about footwork, was a bit sloppy in the first set, but as soon as that slice got short there, Djokovic had 5 or 6 very quick little steps, and there's the reaction.
Break point number 11 for the match for Djokovic. Is this the moment where the balance of power swings?
No question, the momentum in the second set switched marginally. Now it's gotten a little bit bigger.
Yeah, this is just toe-to-toe. This is just unbelievable play from both ends of the court, going at it. And
20 strokes in the rally. Serbian fans are dancing again out in Garden Square. But that is not accounting for the fighting qualities of the man at the other end. He is going to have to display them all. Uncle Tony gives Rafa a nod, but it's Novak who looks confident. There's the average rally length, 5.4 shots. Now, it doesn't sound a lot, but that is quite a big number. The experts who know about these things will tell you that it's generally round about 3.5, 4 tops.
I reckon in the last 3 or 4 games it's been more than that. No, that brings it down. Points like that bring it down. But this is a danger time for Nadal. This brings doubts into his mind, and the demons that he's lost 6 in a row could do some damage here.
Nadal is challenging the call on the right service line. Ball was calling in.
Turkey Bueno, I think it was good. Yep.
30 love. Nadal has 2 chances in the way.
Hasn't been too good with the challenges tonight, Nadal. He's missed a few pretty close ones.
There has been a perceptible change in the momentum of this match all of a sudden. Now it's Nadal on the back foot. Sometimes when his back is to the wall, that's when he comes up with his best stuff. He is well and truly in control. Djokovic 4-1 with the break in the third set. Rafael Nadal has been finding it more difficult than Novak Djokovic to exemplify that tonight. Djokovic certainly feeling as though he's got the whip hand at present. As we said, though, beware Rafa when his back is to the wall. He's going to have to produce something special, it would appear, to stop Djokovic from taking it 2-1 lead. One 4. It looks more than one break of serve, but that's what it is.
That's the shot that gets him again. Opens up the court, and boy, he's improved that now tonight. He was missing them early. This one here. Depth and pace. If you can get them both together, you're in pretty good shape. 3 hours we've been out there.
Match played in a great spirit between these two men who have so much respect for each other, both on and off the court.
Fred, Djokovic is the only player who really seems to be able to jump all over the Nadal's second serve. He's hurting him badly off the return of serve.
Well, that's a sign of confidence.
Well, again, it's off the return. Look at the return there. He's pushed Nadal back, and from there on, he's in control of the point.
Great disguise with that drop shot. Nadal doesn't even blink. He's a metre behind the baseline. Well, 5 metres behind the baseline. He's behind the Melbourne sign.
10.
Body language from Djokovic at the moment, so much better than it has been in the quarterfinal and the semi-final. He's been up on his toes, he's been bouncing.
Nadal.
Another break point goes begging. Sooner or later, the damn wall will have to burst, you would think, if he keeps on going back to the well.
Well, an opportunity now is as small as it is for Nadal. He's just down that one service break. He survived a break point there. He could have been out of this third set at 5-2.
The winners have completely dried up for Nadal. Set by set, he had 15 in the first set, 9 in the second set. So far in this third set, he's had 2.
Well, he's just been counterpunching. It's been Djokovic doing all the attack.
Use that serve well now. That from 55%. He's only winning from the back of the court. Nadal today is only winning 20% of the rallies. That's just not like him. Oh.
It's hard to see where the turnaround is going to come from. Novak Djokovic looking supremely confident. Up the break, 5-2 in the third. The final twist is going the way of the defending champion and the #1 seed, the man who won 10 times in 2011, the man who beat Rafael Nadal in 6 finals, well and truly on the way to adding to that list. Long way to go, but the signs, if you're a supporter of this man, are very encouraging. Nadal serving to keep the third set going. 3 hours and 8 minutes. All the Spaniards' fighting qualities are going to need to be called upon tonight.
Creo que buena. Love 15.
Koki Buena, that he said that 3 times, and that's the only time Nadal hasn't challenged, so it must have been in again.
Sorry?
It's not frustration,
Well,
that's a sign of, isn't it?
It is, and
Because
he doesn't know where to go to from here.
And it's not something we see from him a lot. Temperature has only cooled marginally. It is now 27.4 degrees, so it's just cooling a little bit as Novak gets hotter and hotter.
Well, right now you can sense that Nadal's thinking, this is deja vu. This is all that happened to me in 2011, and he's emotionally and mentally lost at the moment. Totally lost, doesn't know what to do.
no, he's starting to press now, isn't he, and starting to panic.
Well, the panic button must be right beside him here, because it is 3 set points. It's hard to believe that he could fight off more. He's fought off 8 break points in this match so far. That's the way it's looking at the moment. The roar goes up from Djokovic and his supporters, and seemingly he's on his way. 2 sets to 1 after 3 hours and 11 minutes. The crowd urging Nadal on. It is going to take a Herculean effort from the Spaniard to take it out to 5 sets.
Thank you.
All of the momentum with the defending champion as he looks for his 3rd crown in Melbourne.
Love 15.
Well, that come on that came from Nadal is as much for his opponent as for himself, letting the opponent know, hey, I'm not going anywhere. Don't think you've got me beaten.
Oh,
Remarkable.
unbelievable stuff. How good is that? Both men won that point 3 times.
At least.
Huh?
Well, Djokovic was a little fortunate that one of those shots hit the tape and gave him an extra chance. That one there.
It's just fabulous. Look at that.
Every rally like this, though, that's the extra distance Nadal is running, an extra 10-15% because he's playing deeper behind the baseline, so he's covering more of the court.
Djokovic just looks so confident at the moment, though.
And in contrast, the look on Rafa's face there told a lot.
He's not letting Nadal get set at the moment.
Well, he was next to the ball and couldn't do anything about it. 199 with the wide one.
Well, the first serve percentage is just continued upward since the first set. 50% first set, 58, 72.
Sudden he's got it to deuce.
For that rally, he was around the baseline, Nadal. I was just thinking he doesn't really look that comfortable around the baseline, but that's where he has to play if he's to stay in the points.
Djokovic.
Trying to be a little bit more aggressive this game, Nadal.
Anytime anything gets a little short, gets thumped from either end of the court.
You see how badly both players want this first game. Just to get a lead in the set is really worth plenty.
Especially for Nadal if it comes with a break of serve. Nadal can't pick the lock, and look at Djokovic, look at his support box. He knows the significance of that hold. Could set the tone for the fourth set.
Well, it's what we've seen before, but we were looking for a little bit of a change from Nadal tonight, weren't we? And we haven't seen it. We did for a few games in the first set. That's it.
He's going to roll the dice. He has to.
15 love.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to play more aggressively, Nadal. It's not the game style that he likes, but he knows he's got no option but to attempt to do so.
This pace of shot.
Well, that's exactly what you were mentioning, Fred, how on this ad court he moves in to cut the angle of that serve off Djokovic, and we saw it in that last graphic. It's the way to deal with it. He lost the point, Djokovic, but he made a statement.
It wasn't far away, was it?
No, and he'd really just, he's just standing here dictating traffic. Look, he's got Nadal running left, right and centre, and Nadal knows he was lucky.
There's a quick look at the other end of the court. Look at that.
There's another point that goes begging when the second delivery has been called upon. We just saw a very interesting stat before. Second serve points won. Djokovic 66%, Nadal now 43. He went in with an average of 56, so he's being thumped in that regard.
Nadal there having to go for a shot that he just doesn't want to have to do, but he's got no option. In that last rally, Djokovic wouldn't have moved more than 5 metres total. Djokovic must have run 15.
You mean Nadal?
Sorry, reverse.
Yeah. That's a better serve, but boy, Not getting too many cheap points, is he? Oh, just unbelievable return of serve again. That one into the body.
Yes.
Would have trapped him in the first set, but he moved out, but he thumped it. It was, look at the depth and pace on this return. Good serve into the body. He has to jump out of the way. And it's there before Nadal could get set.
Advantage, Nadal.
His hopes of the championship might have been hanging on this game. If he went down a break in the second game of the fourth set, it could have been pretty close to curtains. That is another fighting effort by the Spaniard. He simply refuses to acknowledge when he's beaten. He's certainly not beaten yet.
This is the big serve to go to down the tee.
Half a dozen aces now for Djokovic.
30.
Serve is certainly coming good at the right time. 3.5 hours and going now. But for this set, 75%. For the match now, 60%.
40.
Well, it was down 40-something after the first set, just on 50%. Uncle Tony's come back into the front row.
As convincing a service game as you'd want to see from Novak Djokovic. A couple of aces thrown in there, and he has the lead on serve, 2-1. Around about 21,000 people more. And the crowd who have paid their money to come to the men's final, and out there in Garden Square watching on the big screen to experience some of the atmosphere, have seen a wonderful match so far. It's a match that is in control probably of this man.
Thank you.
But this man might have something to say about that. He's rising and throwing his best punches in the fourth set.
Well, Garden Square's all grounds passes, aren't they? That's what, about $40 a seat or something out there. That's the best ticket of the lot. It's like going on Henman Hill at Wimbledon. It's like a picnic atmosphere.
Come on, Fred. It's now called Murray's Mound.
Murray's Mound now.
And the great thing about the ground pass too, Fred, in the first week is that it gets you admittance to all the other courts, the show courts, and you get to see the best in the world in action out there. It's the best value ticket in sport, I think.
Great defensive skills. We've talked about Djokovic, how quick he is, and he's put up a couple of those very high lobs. Not easy to get behind those, get underneath them.
Novak's partner seemingly on pretty good terms with the way things are going.
There might be a challenge there. Yeah. Djokovic thinks he's got this one. He's pretty annoyed. No, it missed.
30-50. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
The line judge was correct on that occasion.
The most comfortable hold of serve that Rafael Nadal has had since the 6th game of the second set.
Nadal is as fit as any athlete out there, and I don't think he's going anywhere just yet. Going to go and change rackets. Must be a change of balls coming.
Yep, there is. Crowd are getting involved here. They sense just a little resurgence coming from the Spaniard.
There are a lot of folks late for work tomorrow, I would think, Sunday night.
It's a good reason to be late for work, though, isn't it?
It's not so bad.
To watch a Grand Slam final with 2 of the greats going at it.
Thank you.
It wasn't in until it bounced.
But how about the return, Fred? He was on the baseline and went after it. Haven't seen that since the first set.
Just a bit of pep in his step at present, Rafa, the way he's moving around the court, a bit more energised.
Well, he's now got a plan. He's trying to play more aggressively. At the end of the 3rd set, he was lost. At least now he's got a plan.
Let's first service.
Marion Vida not looking nearly as happy as he was at the end of the 3rd set. He's taking the bull by the horns now. Look at that. A bit of the bullfighter coming out from the Spaniard.
15-13.
A little slice here doesn't allow Djokovic to hit a very aggressive shot, because the slice stays lower, so Djokovic just has to loop the ball back, gives Nadal time to run around at 160 km/h forehand.
Oh.
That's big.
That is big, isn't it? That's, some of the serves haven't been that. Djokovic prepares so early, though, for his strokes, the ground stroke. He never seems to be hurried. Never seems to be rushed at all.
Well, his weight of shot off both ground strokes and his accuracy is, well, it's unquestionably the best in the world at the moment.
Huge point coming up here. And what a time to come up with the good serve as well. The self-assuredness of Novak Djokovic that he's going to come up with exactly what's needed at the big moment. And a real rise in the volume level and the energy level of the 15,000 spectators in this fourth set. Djokovic comes up with the hold when he was pressed. A little pump of the fist indicates that he feels as though he's still got the momentum on his side. 3-2, fourth set.
Bookies earlier today had Djokovic at $4 to win in 4 sets.
Djokovic having the call on the left baseline. Ball was called out.
I'm not sure this is a good use of a challenge. Yes, it is a good use of a challenge. He knows better.
Replay the balls.
Needed to be right, otherwise he was going to be down to one last challenge.
Talked about those bookmakers, Fred. I think that we were probably sharing the opinion that they might have got the odds wrong the way they'd framed the market with Djokovic the favourite, but they're right again, which clearly indicates, well, they're coming to sporting events in Mercedes and we're still coming on the tram.
Exactly right. How'd you get home last night on your push bike? Was that a good trip?
Took a while. It was warm though, so it was probably just as well.
He's going to go and have a look at this, Nadal. This is pretty important for him. But he can't waste too many here. No challenge.
That's why I didn't bother. Djokovic gets a look here. You bet pretty good money on the fact that his intensity level at this break point will be higher than at any other time of the match. He's squandered so many, but he knows that this could be the moment if he gets a look.
That's his favourite shot, but it still wasn't that easy. He's behind the baseline, backing away, and he's hit a very good off forehand, Nadal, at a critical stage.
Somehow he finds a way.
Three games over.
And surely the further this match goes, the edge physically will come off Djokovic. You'd have to think so. He's had that long, tough semi-final, one less day to recover. At the moment, he's still moving exceptionally well, but surely the edge will come off if Nadal can keep hanging in and prolonging this match.
Nadal's been out there a couple of hours longer, though, in his matches, but as you mentioned, Djokovic come off a real tough one just with one day of rest. Three all.
Does that indicate something?
Well, he hasn't played too many of those at all. He's probably... That one didn't miss by much, but I'm surprised he hasn't played more of those tonight, though, Djokovic, because that used to be, or is, not used to be, is one of his favourite shots. And he always plays it here to the forehand, as he attempted to do there. Well, it's down the backhand line to Nadal. Most players forehand, the same spot, same side of the court, plays it to. Djokovic, 3 service games here in this set. He's serving at 77%. Pretty impressive.
30-15.
His knuckles are going to be red raw by the end of the night, Rafa. He's punched that racket a few times tonight. As Jeff and Fred have been saying, the first serve percentage continues to grow the longer the match goes on for the defending champion.
Yes, I think so.
For the most part, it's Djokovic who's holding his serve more comfortably in this fourth set. We remain on serve. Djokovic leads 4-3. Nadal is the one who is under the pressure of having to play chasey on the scoreboard. Just past 25 minutes to midnight on Sunday night in Melbourne. Nobody's gone anywhere. Just perfect. And how many times do you want to put the return of serve on the baseline?
Yeah, another sensational return. Thought he probably could have done a little bit more earlier. Look at this. Wow, you become blasé after a while. You've seen it so many times.
Yeah. Nadal just looks at it and just watch the reaction here. Closes his eyes and says, come on. Throws the hand up.
He's pressing hard. We can almost sense it.
Another fantastic point from both ends of the court here. Nadal, good depth there, and just a one-handed shot there that skids off the line. And Nadal has to try and scamper back the other side, and look, he's totally off balance as Djokovic goes in behind him. A valiant effort to try and get racket on ball.
Too good.
Novak Djokovic has had that look about him since the third set, and now finds himself in a position of standing on the verge of dominance. 154 kilometres an hour.
This is pretty similar to the forehand he won the third set with, when he just teed off on it and gave it a big grunt, and it just rocketed for the winner.
That is big.
That is Rafa. That's what he does.
15.
Oh, he's not too far. That one was very, very close, but it was good.
154 kilometres an hour. We've seen one around 160. I think it's been the quickest ground stroke.
That's the same pace as the one before from Djokovic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's well done.
That is now 15 break points that Djokovic has had throughout this match and has capitalised on 5 of them. Importantly, another one coming for 5-3 in the 4th.
Well, it's fair to say that Djokovic wasn't looking for that down the line.
It's raining, Jeff, I think. I just saw a few spots of rain.
Maybe just perspiration. Certainly Djokovic wasn't looking for that down the line, and he's upset. He gently pushed the ball into the stand after losing that point.
Oh, he's going to challenge on that one. That was pretty close. This one, I think, missed. Ah, it's good. Right in. What an effort from Nadal. Relentless, even if he's down and out on the canvas.
Massive.
We know him as a fighter. Now he's got the chainsaw going. That is unbelievable. He just keeps on going to the well and keeps on coming away unscathed. For the time being, Djokovic can't put him away. Here we go. Let's get back down to business. We are at a critical stage, and Djokovic does have to come out and serve cold after a delay of around about 10 minutes. A rain delay in the final in Melbourne. The restart. Djokovic up 2-1, 4-all, 4th set. Midnight approaches. How far away are we from this title being decided? Fred, we saw an illustration the other night of how tough it is to come out cold when they had the Australia Day fireworks.
Yes.
And it came in the match between Rafa and Roger Federer. Federer came out and served afterwards and didn't serve very well in that game at all.
I think he lost 14 of the next 16 points or something, didn't he?
It's a tough task.
Again, this is just fabulous control off the ground from Djokovic. There's one that you like, Jeffy.
Yeah,
was inside the baseline, had a go at that, but he, as you mentioned, he has to go for that now. Barely missed.
Oh, come on.
Tough after the rain delay. Not on your life. Try a love game. Try one for the highlights reel as well. 5-4. Djokovic is within one game of the championship.
This has to be one of the most dramatic points. Just unbelievable how at full stretch he can control that head still, and one more. Four hours and 12 minutes, and that's as good as it's going to get, that last forehand down the line. Look at the reaction from the Djokovic box there.
Novak Djokovic within one game of the championship in Melbourne for a third time.
And Nadal still jogging out there back to serve.
Trying to show his opponent that there's still plenty of life in the 10-time Grand Slam champion. But for him, this service game has to go only one way.
First point to Djokovic now allows him to take a couple of risks if Nadal misses first serves. Djokovic sees that ball so early on the return, doesn't he? He just picks it up so quickly. Gets it out in front, but never seems hurried again to make those shots.
That is winner number 46 for Novak Djokovic. 11 more than Nadal, and he's made 5 fewer unforced errors. Time for a prayer. The two great players come out after the rain delay and barely miss a beat. And the battle goes on.
5 games.
Well, this is just becoming just a little bit harder now for Djokovic. He's thrown his best punches. He can't quite put his man away, and the momentum and the crowd is really lifting Nadal.
And Nadal's getting them to lift him too. He's working the crowd very, very well.
That's
Dad.
Sebastian. Yeah.
Thank you.
5-all. Nadal and Verdasco. How long did you say, Peter?
It was, I think, about 5:16, Fred.
Nope.
Well, this is going to fully test Djokovic's resolve here, because this entire arena, apart from the Djokovic box, probably want this to go the distance. They want it to go to 5 sets.
If it was to get to a tie-break, Djokovic has a superior career tie-break record to Nadal, but in Grand Slams, when it really counts, Nadal has an amazing tie-break record in the period since when Djokovic won his first title here in 2008.
No.
That's you.
Just a couple of errors, maybe just a little fatigue, feet not quite there. This one just, you can see, overbalancing as he hit that shot.
Oh, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. under the gun. He gets a first serve in. It's not a bad return, but then the next shot splits the line and the corner.
Well, it took some courage to go down the line. Short part of the court, high part of the net at 5-all, 30-all. This takes some serious self-belief.
Djokovic is the first to 6, and that means the pressure goes back to the arm of Rafael Nadal again in the 4th set, 6-5.
6 games to 5.
It's been a magnificent final. It exemplifies the skill of both players, the fighting quality in particular of Rafael Nadal, who's looked miles away from that trophy at times, but he continues to hang in there.
Hasn't gone out there very much this match, out wide of the forehand. And the last time we looked at it was about 11%.
Nope.
Just a little bit of the slump of the shoulders from Djokovic. He's got to pick that up.
Especially when you know that this man at the other end is never going to drop his shoulders until the very last point of the game and the match.
See the whacking of the thigh and that, saying, well, come on, legs, keep moving. That's Djokovic. Got to pick it up for the tiebreaker.
And that's middle of the net.
Fasten your seatbelts. Here we go.
6 games to 5.
Right now, Nadal thinks he can win. At the end of the 3rd set, he didn't think he could win. Deep down, he didn't think it. Now he thinks he can.
What a remarkable effort from the Spaniard. We just know the fighting qualities, and we've said it half a dozen times. This is a very, very important match for Nadal in the scope of things with his...
Thank you.
With these up-and-coming matches throughout the year with Djokovic, having lost the last 6. Here we go.
I was talking about the respective record in Grand Slam tiebreaks since Djokovic won his title here in 2008. Since then, Djokovic is 19-19. Nadal is 33-11 in tiebreaks. And last year, Nadal was 12-2 and Djokovic was 5-7. So he plays the breakers brilliantly at the top level. Crowd are starting to stand. They're behind this man, and why not?
Well, unbelievable effort from both players there. Djokovic knows that he's got to try and put this man away in this tiebreaker. Otherwise, this crowd's going to turn. And they're all for Nadal here. And Djokovic is fighting Nadal and the crowd.
And fatigue, Freddie.
And fatigue, exactly. Yep. So he would love to get this one done and dusted right here in this tiebreak.
Thank you.
Playing the best tennis of the match so far, Nadal.
Well, he's got the adrenaline going. He's got the crowd behind him. He's pumping the crowd up.
2-1.
Tough couple of points coming up now for Djokovic. Down 1-2. Not deep enough. Nadal bounces this one into the cheap seats, or the expensive seats here.
Whatever they've paid for them, it's worth it.
They've got their money's worth. One of the better matches that you're going to see. This has to rank up there with a lot of the top ones, and it's not over yet. Well, he had the open court. Nadal not happy with that one. Djokovic not able to scramble. Both camps now probably more nervous than the players.
At least the two men out there are in control of their own destiny.
Nope.
Was not in position to hit that shot.
No, and he still
Tired feet, and he didn't go. He didn't make any commitment.
Nadal certainly sensing a big opportunity to win this match. He knows how important this breaker is. If he gets this breaker, huge momentum for him.
That's a great point again, though. Fabulous point from both players. Unbelievable return. Both guys going after it now. No quarter given, no quarter asked.
Half a centimetre higher. That's a clean winner.
Atmosphere in the stadium quite remarkable after more than 4.5 hours.
I think Djokovic knows he's just barely hanging on here. If this set goes against him, yeah, I wouldn't like to back him at all in a fifth.
Well, we've seen it before, though, haven't we? Where you think he's down and out, and he comes back.
Naturally enough, both players have outstanding career 5-set records, but what those numbers don't tell you is the momentum that Nadal would take into a 5th set if there was to be one. A lot of the crowd hasn't heard the out call. Nadal simply has to challenge the call.
Djokovic seemed to be pretty confident that it was out, that it's out. So
4-3. Djokovic, Nadal has 3 challenges remaining.
Well, that's big. 2 points against the Nadal serve. Bit of premature celebration there.
His dad told him, sit down, it was out.
That's good.
Boy, he measured that. Unreal point.
5-3. Djokovic.
Measures this one back in the corner again. Super slow-mo of that, just head still through right around the top of the frame, around the shoulders.
Wide.
So we're back on serve again in the tiebreak.
5-4. Djokovic.
They are throwing body blows. They're just haymakers. They're hitting them so hard.
Not one person in this stadium is sitting in the back of their seat at the moment, and I guess that's the case for you watching this around the world. What a battle. It's been waging for 4 hours and 37 minutes. On serve in the tiebreak.
Boy, he had it everywhere there. Nadal was hanging by a thread as he plays that little slice backhand, was lucky to get to it. Djokovic didn't bend down, didn't get underneath it. This one really barely gets it back, and you can see him standing straight up, Djokovic, as he misses that forehand. It's either a set point or a match point after this one. And he hasn't gone out there but a dozen times, Jeff, after that one. He's gone down the middle most of the time. Hasn't used that one at all. What a time.
He was involved in an epic, a 5-set epic against Roger Federer when he won the title back in 2009. Are we going to go the distance in Melbourne in 2012?
Thank you.
Set point to level it. collapses to his knees and then bounces straight back up because he knows the job is still there to be done. It'll probably be the longest match in Australian Open history by the time it's over. This is magnificent. It is 2 sets apiece in the final. The deciding set for the championship in 2012. Nadal with the advantage of serving first with new balls. Buckle up for the ride. This has been simply magnificent. Jeff, what sort of psychological blow do you think that was for Djokovic?
Oh, just enormous. I mean, he's reached a crescendo in his mind where he saw the finishing line and the heart rate was up, and now he's just so deflated. To pick yourself up again will be extraordinarily difficult, almost like the Borg-McEnroe final of Wimbledon, where Borg had match points aplenty in the 4th set and lost it and had to come back and win the 5th, and did. It'll need an effort like that.
Well, it'll certainly be a test to Djokovic's fitness. He's a lot fitter than he was 2 or 3 years ago. He puts that down to a gluten-free diet and a lot of work, a lot of exercise. But we know what Nadal just doesn't get tired. Or it doesn't appear to. We haven't seen a match where he has done. Oh, well, how can he hit that from there? He's absolutely running backwards, thinking the ball is going to go out.
13-15.
This is the adrenaline high he's on at the moment, Fred. He's hitting the ball harder. He's playing closer to the baseline. He's on a rush. 162 kilometre an hour. That's the fastest shot we've seen all night. And he's falling backwards.
He's falling backwards when he hit it.
But that's the adrenaline rush he's got going at the moment. It's huge.
Sort of stuff never happened to me when I had an adrenaline rush.
It's too long ago since you last had your adrenaline rush.
Oh, my goodness.
It's 4 double faults now for Rafa, and that is his highest tally in any match of these championships. Mind you, it averages out to be 1 every hour and 12 minutes. Fault followed by the ace. Nadal gets first on the board in the deciding set. Well, they're going to eclipse, gentlemen, the longest Grand Slam final ever. 4 hours and 54 minutes. Lendl and Wilander at the 88 US Open. And they are only about 6 minutes shy of that, 7 minutes shy of that at present. And dare I say it, Jeff, Pascal Maria, the man we just looked at. You and I sat here one night when he was in the chair. Roddick versus Alanui. He was the man umpiring when it went 21-19 in the 5th set.
He had a lot more hair then. He lost it that night. I really think this is the first time Nadal truly believes that he can win. I mean, he's been hoping, he's been wanting, but this is the first time he truly believes it.
$200K that serve from Djokovic then, so that's up there with his quickest of the night. Appears to have plenty left.
Needed a couple of those in the tiebreaker when he had a couple of punishing ground strokes in the corner, had Nadal defending. He needed to come forward, didn't do it. He's done so here and been rewarded.
Well, this is great stuff. This is great to see. Djokovic is not going to go away, give this title up without one heck of a fight, and it's been that already. That's his 7th ace of the match. Also, the mental side of it comes in with Nadal now that he's battled his way back when he thought he was going to get beat, or he's hung in there. Now he thinks he can win. It becomes even more difficult. Pressure builds. It's 1-1, final set.
Serving first in the 5th will help Nadal as well. Close.
I think it was wide. No, it's good. Well, that's got to be annoying for Djokovic, because he's missed. There's been a few tonight that. So he's saying to Pascal Maria, why can't you overrule those? I guess. Frustrating after 4 hours and 51 minutes. changed tactics a little with the serve, Nadal. He was so successful with the one at the body and down the tee. Now he's elected to go out to the forehand. Maybe he thinks that Djokovic is a little weary, stretching to get out to that one.
He's definitely picked up the pace, Nadal. Look where he's playing now. He's on the baseline now. He's taking a little bit of time away from Djokovic, and that wasn't the case in sets 2-3 and early in set 4 either.
Mixing the serve up well now. That one down the tee. That's who is getting points early.
A love game will save a lot of energy for the battle ahead. It's Nadal on serve, 2-1 in the deciding set. The longest Grand Slam final in history, eclipsing Lendl versus Verlander at the US Open in 1988. And there's still a long time to go. They're also going to eclipse, seemingly, the longest ever match here at the Australian Open, which stands at 5 hours and 14 minutes. And, of course, the other factor to keep in mind is that there is no tie-break in the 5th set. We will play on until we get a winner from 6-all onwards, if it gets to that.
Thank you.
The pressure swings to the arm of Novak Djokovic once again.
Well, Grand Slam tennis is so tough. Best of 5 sets, 7 matches to win the title over 2 weeks.
A lot of variables, aren't there? Lots of things can happen along the way.
Nadal's been out there, what?
.5 hours now for the fortnight for Nadal. Djokovic has been out there for 20 hours.
Coming into the final, 16.5 for Nadal, 15 hours for Djokovic.
Second service.
Just a little bit of that look starting to creep back in about Novak Djokovic.
15-13.
It's a bit like the way he looked at one stage against Leighton Hewitt. It's very much like the way he looked against David Ferrer and at times against Andy Murray.
He can't do that with this fella. That gives this guy a little bit of a sniff and gets it down an early break. That's great stuff. Just when you think he's done.
13.
Nadal reads this one. Has the shot, but can't execute.
Serve. The clock ticks to 5 hours.
One game more.
Two games all. The fight to the finish has only just started in this final set.
Thank you.
How much run have those legs got left? Have a look at Djokovic when this point finished. Look at the way he finished. That was a very tired-looking shot. The feet didn't move at all, Jeff.
Yeah, and you feel more tired when you're behind, with Nadal serving first all the time. Djokovic feeling like the finishing line is further and further away.
Nadal can feel it. Has a quick look up at the other end of the court. Sees his man stumble a little and then fires down an ace.
And if he wins this point, I'll bet you Nadal jogs to the chair.
On the line. I'm going to challenge.
Nadal challenge to score on the right baseline for what's called in.
Nadal had his nose over the ball but still looked up at his support box to see what they thought. Let's see if Rafael Nadal does jog to the chair. He's got his nose in front still. It is 3-2 in the deciding set. How much has Djokovic got left? As we come up to the 322nd point of this match. All the pressure is on the arm of Novak Djokovic after Rafael Nadal has held his serve 3 times. Twice he's been able to answer that pressure.
As Jeff mentioned, it's in my mind also a huge
15 off.
effort if you can serve first, a huge advantage if you can serve first in the 5th set, particularly in a match like this when both boys are exhausted. Some of them are making unforced errors like that last one from Nadal, but that's through being a little bit arm weary. But the standard, the quality is just absolutely superb.
In total, those unforced errors, Djokovic 61 now has made more than Nadal 58. That's changed quite dramatically since midway through the 4th set.
That's the tactical play. Goes to the forehand now and then comes back and knocks the 2-fisted down the line.
Peter mentioned the increase in the unforced errors from Djokovic, and that just comes from that not quite getting into position. He's trying to play aggressively. He's trying to hit close to the lines, and if your feet are just a little weary, you start to miss. And when you're playing a man who won't miss, it's a nightmare.
Well, he's got to come in behind one of those, particularly when he's got Nadal way behind the baseline and he knows he's got to play a slice. This one here, he could come in, that's an easy volley if he's in there, and he's asked to hit another outright winner. And Nadal is just tracking everything down at this stage.
This is just the 5th break point that Rafael Nadal has had for the match. Djokovic has had 16. and missed the opportunity many times. Might that be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Nadal is 2 games away.
Have a look at the Nadal serve. We talked about the 53% down there and at the body 27, and it was 11% out wide. He's changed that, and that's worked for him against Djokovic. That 20% out just on the juice court, that's where he's changed it most of all. And he's in a pretty good position right now, Rafael Nadal.
They're starting to hit the lines.
What incredible forehand. That's the favourite shot, but he split the line with this one once more. 145k.
The last time Djokovic was able to break Nadal's serve was exactly 2 hours ago in the last game of the 3rd set. It's called wide. Nadal challenges. The call was a little late.
I think he's missed it. Could have driven a truck down here.
A small truck, but nonetheless a truck.
Tell you what, if Djokovic in the tiebreaker hit that short forehand the way he hit that one, he'd have been in the locker room right now. That one, he got underneath it, hit it well. Didn't make a great volley, but he was he was in position.
praised the fighting qualities of Rafael Nadal, and rightly so. But what about this man? But what he's got to do is take the next step here. 16 break points he's had, 5 he's converted.
Can you believe it?
Back-to-back breaks of serve, and this epic contest, which is now the longest match in Australian Open history, is going to be going for a fair bit longer. It is 1 o'clock in the morning.
He's walking with a little bit more positive step at the moment, Djokovic. See how it transpires as far as the serve is concerned.
Big first point in this game.
Again, Jeffrey, though, that point is way behind the baseline. He's been back and forth with his tactics, Nadal.
Well, he got back into this match by playing positively. Now he's going back to no miss tennis.
That's better. Finally moved forward on one. .25-stroke rally, that one.
Well, Nadal was planning on taking some time off after this tournament. I suspect that they both will need to. 86 metres he ran in that rally, Nadal, 70 for Djokovic. And they've been out there 5 hours, 15 minutes. Fabulous. What courage.
First serve for both players slipping down a little bit, understandably so. They've hit a lot of them.
Djokovic stretching to try and keep limber and loose. In order of exhaustion tonight, I think it's probably Novak first, Rafa second, Novak's partner third. She's been up and down like the lifts at Rod Laver Arena, riding every point.
Can't buy a first serve in this game, Djokovic. Again, Nadal, as Jeff mentioned, playing don't miss tennis. He's retreated once more to 5 metres behind the baseline in this rally. There he is, trying to stay in the point.
It seems silly to say it was a comfortable hold after all of the ground that they covered, but on the scoreboard at least it was that way. This is the danger period now at 4-all. First of all from Nadal, and look at the ground they've covered in this match.
Well, it surprises me that Djokovic has covered more territory than Nadal.
Thank you.
That really surprises me. That's unbelievable. Djokovic is down.
Normally, players only collapse to the court when they win the championship. His body, well, you wouldn't blame it for failing him. 31 points in the rally, and the crowd just standing and applauding. They're standing up here. That's what they think of it. Remarkable to see that in the middle of a game. But then again, this is a remarkable match.
"31-stroke rally.
"31 strokes played on the limit. 92 metres Djokovic, 71 Nadal.
Actually, last 2 points, Nadal stopped grunting and groaning. He's just conserving all the energy he can at the moment. I think this is long. He asked the umpire, and he said out in. There you go, boy. He's been unlucky. Uncle Tony can't believe it. He's up that end too. He thought it was out.
30-15.
How important was the first point in this rally, in this game, Fred? They had that 31-shot rally. It was a massive emotional and physical victory to whoever took it.
That's called long. Towel, please.
Well, talk about big points as we have a look at Hawkeye, showing that the ball was long. 2 sets all, 4 games all, 30 all in the championship decider after 5 hours and 27 minutes. What a serve on the big moment.
Well, that's where he won a lot of the big points early. Then he changed strategy somewhat. We last just a couple of games ago, still 53% of the points he's been going on this juice court's been going down there. Look at the movement he gets on the ball. Unbelievable effort again from Djokovic to get a racket on ball. Game point. Even Uncle Tony applauding that. That's good sportsmanship from... he appreciates his tennis and wants his man to win, but this is just guts and talent.
Winner number 54, 11 more than his opponent.
Out.
And this is not negotiable now. Novak has to take his chance. He squandered so many.
Well, he's going to have to win it. Nadal's not going to give it to him. He has to go after it.
What a serve.
Yes.
145 k's an hour, no speed at all, but it was the swing, the curl, drag Djokovic so far out of court. Look at him hit around the outside of this ball. He wants swing.
He got it way outside the doubles alley. Boy, he was there too. Quite a remarkable return.
It sure was, and excellent touch from Nadal. At this stage, the tension, the fatigue, he's able to come up with this sort of drop shot. Phenomenal.
opportunity slides by. Djokovic drops his head. Nadal is the first to 5, and that's like reaching just underneath the summit of Everest. 5-4 for the Spaniard. It's like the noise of a football crowd in here. They have been so absorbed by this dramatic contest.
Thank you.
A hold for Novak,
Thank you.
not negotiable. He's got new balls to help him try to do it.
It doesn't get any better than this, folks. Unreal stuff. All the folks that are here tonight are going to look back in years to come and say, well, I was there and experienced one of the greatest matches of all time.
And this place only holds 15,000 people, Fred, but there'll be 100,000 who will say that they were here.
Yeah.
It's funny, Nadal tends to just play more aggressively, almost when he's behind. He had a go at that second serve from close to the baseline. When he gets ahead, he tends to play no-miss tennis.
Second double fault of the match for Djokovic. If it's going to happen, 40 love is probably not a bad time for it to happen. But every point becomes so critical. Well, all you can do is sit back and applaud the efforts of these two men.
Well, sometimes you see a long match, but it's on the back of some big serves where the points are relatively short. Every point here, almost without exception, has been prolonged with wonderful stroke making from the back of the court, probing. There's been no easy way of winning a point. Oh, stop it.
19-shot rally. Unreal stuff here on the full run. Where did that come from?
Well, he was in a defensive position, really. He should have hit a defensive shot back or a neutral shot back. Instead, he's hit a cold winner.
Not this time. The only ones who might leave this stadium disappointed, you know, might be the photographers who wait for the shot of the champion holding up the trophy, because is either of these guys going to have the energy to hold up the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup at the end of this?
Hard to imagine.
Yeah, but
A bit of positivity in the body language from the defending champion. It's very familiar territory, though, to find himself ahead in the count on Nadal's serve. Can he do anything about it, though? For the most part of the night, the answer has been no.
Oh, he'll be annoyed. He picked it.
yeah, he overran it.
Oh, there's another terrific serve, though, from Nadal at 15-30. Got
Jammed him, yeah.
Yeah.
Got to get in. Boy, there were three opportunities there for Djokovic to get into the net and make things didn't make life a lot easier for him. He's hard way Joe at this stage.
He had a break point on Nadal's serve in the 7th game of the last set and couldn't, well, he was able to do something about it then, but he had a break point in the 9th game and couldn't do anything about it. He has a break point in the 11th game.
Does he go for the slider?
He mishit that second serve, Nadal. He framed it.
121 it was.
It ended up being difficult because he framed it so badly. It got an awful lot of side spin on it. Look at this ball curl. Still had to make the second shot.
Break point number 19 goes by the wayside Is that going to be the big story of this match?
It's out.
It was very close to a double fault. There was a bit of a noise, a murmur from the crowd.
He hit the ball and he's alive. Djokovic.
That was the second serve right on the line. Many in the crowd murmuring. They might be doing more than that after this point. Might that be the end of the resistance? Djokovic marches purposefully towards the chair, knowing that in a moment he'll be serving for the championship in 2012.
6 games to 5.
One of the toughest of your lifetime when you're serving for a championship. 5 hours and 46 minutes. Is it all about to end here? Two more, he says. Just two more.
How many challenges does he have left now, Djokovic?
He had 3, I think, before this.
30-15.
So that was a bit of a speculator.
Djokovic has 2 challenges.
Nadal now with back to the wall. He's hitting harder.
Oh, boy. What a lob. Oh.
You could see that was going to be a tough smash. Terrific lob. They're exhausted to get off the ground for the overhead. was never going to be easy, and he sure didn't.
Could have gone in a couple of times before, makes his move this time, but the lob goes up. Not a difficult overhead, though. It's only half court, but in the right spot at the right time, and he just falls down before he even has a strike at that. Oh, he's got to be his own worst enemy, Novak Djokovic. That is just for a man in his position at that stage of a match. He's got to be crazy not to go to the net on 3 occasions during that rally. Nadal's not going to miss from the backcourt.
Problem is, Fred, you've hit 4,622 ground strokes in the night and no volleys, so you're not really confident about your volley.
Well, I think if he goes in on like that, Nadal misses the pass shot. You've got to let him ask the question. This is just playing right into Nadal's hands.
Break point for 6-all.
Well done.
He's praying. His partner's been praying throughout the night. We're all praying that it just keeps on going. This is fabulous.
Asking for some divine intervention here.
Well, after 5 hours and 52 minutes, Fred, you'll take anything you can get.
Unbelievable stuff. He could have had it won, though. Just
2 points away again.
For service. Thank you. Thank you.
One time it was kind to him, the next time not. It has been the most extraordinary night. A night on the world sports stage not to be forgotten. Sometimes in the sport of tennis, the phrase epic contest is overused. Not this time. When they write the story of the great tennis matches ever played, this one has got to be right up the front of the book. 5 hours and 53 minutes. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne for the 3rd time. That was simply extraordinary. It's 20-2 on a Monday morning in Melbourne. hardly anyone has left. Hardly anyone was able to leave. And just at this moment, as the champion celebrates, spare a thought for the vanquished tonight. As brave a performance as Rafael Nadal has probably ever produced in his life, and yet he still walks away empty-handed. Djokovic wins it 7-5 in the 5th set in 5 hours and 53 minutes. Have we ever seen the likes of it? The 100th Australian Open final is probably the best.
Well, quite a remarkable performance all round. It's probably one of the best matches I've ever had the pleasure of calling. And it's one that I'll certainly remember for a long, long time to come, because there were so many ups and downs throughout the match. And guts, determination, fighting qualities, anything that you want to mention in our wonderful sport of tennis was in this one.
Most certainly was. I thought Nadal, of course, did magnificently well to get back into that 5th set. But then I think, frankly, it took an even tougher mental effort for Djokovic to overcome the disappointment of not being able to win in 4, be down a break in the 5th, and come back and win it. And wow, this is going to be a major plus for Djokovic and a huge setback for Nadal, who could not have given it anything else.
What about the fact, Jeff, if he'd have lost that and had a look now, he's been the victor, but 20 break point opportunities and he only converted 7. So that also says a lot for the guy, as you mentioned, down after losing that 4th set, where if he could have come in the tiebreaker and made one short forehand that he missed there, would have put him into the locker room about an hour and 20 minutes earlier. And yet he has the guts and the determination. He was out of it early in the 5th, and he comes back to win it.
You were talking before, Fred, about the odds makers and what they've been doing. If the odds makers were framing a market during the Ferrer match or during the Murray match, and someone said to them, this man's going to have to go 5 hours 53 minutes to win the championship, they would have just said, well, you can have $1 million to 1 from us, because it didn't look as though he could possibly do that. What a testament to his physical ability, his mental fortitude, that he has been able to do it. But you have to feel for Rafa. There always has to be one who comes out on the wrong side, and tonight it's him, but he was so brave.
So to our runner-up, one of the great fighters in the game, as we have witnessed tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Rafael Nadal.
Good morning, everybody. First thing that I have to say, just congratulations to Novak and all his team. They deserve it. They are doing something fantastic, so congratulations. Well, second thing, thank you very much to all my team to support me like that. Without them, gonna be always impossible to be here. You know, there is a lot of years in the tour. Every year is tougher, and start the season with a final here and playing this fantastic match, I believe, against Novak is a fantastic start. So happy for that, and without them, always impossible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rod Laver, to be here supporting this event, one of the greatest ever. So it's always a pleasure to play here in this court who has your name. Thank you very much for being here. I just can say thanks to the volunteers, all the ball boys, umpires, everybody who make this tournament possible, all the organization to make us feel like home. Is probably the best tournament in the world for the players, best Grand Slam, the organization for the players. So that's something fantastic. So thank you very much, all Australia. I don't know if I say it, but the sponsors, without them, impossible to have an event like this. Thank you very much to support sport, and in this case, support our sport is tennis. Kia, especially the main sponsor. Thank you very much. And last thing, and most important one, thank you, really, really, thank you very much, everybody, all yours. Thank you. I really had a fantastic 2 weeks, and with all the love that you show me, is something unforgettable for me, and I never will forget this match ever because of you. Even if I lost, was something really, really special for me. Thank you very much. I hopefully will come back a lot of years here. I will keep fighting. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael Nadal, who leaves here a winner. And so to our champion, and he has proven, particularly in the semi-final and the final, that he is without doubt a man of steel. Our 2012 champion and champion for the third time, Novak Djokovic.
Good morning from me too, to everybody. First of all, Rafa, you're one of the best players ever. You're one of the most respected guys on the tour. We made a history tonight, and you know, unfortunately, there couldn't be two winners tonight. But I wish you all the best for this season, and I wish. And I hope that we will have many more matches like this, many more finals. And of course then, to Rafa's team, all the best. And then my team, my girlfriend, my coach, my physio, my fitness coach, everybody who has been with me for many years already, supporting me all the way through in my career, professional life, private life. You've been my biggest support, and without you, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much. I want to say zdravo svima to Serbians and Serbians here, and to all my country, Serbia, my parents, my brothers, my family, my friends who've been watching and supporting me. God, I'm so sorry. It's been a very long match. I need to then thank, of course, crowd, who has been the most supportive. And I think what makes Australian Open very special is the diversity of the tennis fans. I think it's very multicultural here, multicolored. You can see people coming with their flags of their country, supporting their tennis players, and it's sometimes it feels that you're not on a tennis court, how much noise you guys produce, and it's really for us is a great feeling, and it's a pleasure to play in front of you. Thank you. And then in the end, of course, it's my great privilege to be standing here in front of one of the greatest players ever, Rod Laver. Thank you, all the sponsors, for participating in organization of this tournament, Kia, Jacobs Creek, NZ. I'm sorry if I forgot some sponsors, and all the volunteers, everybody who is behind the scenes, you know, physios and ball kids, people who make this tournament possible and enjoyable for all of us. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next year.
Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for our champion, Novak Djokovic, and our runner-up, Rafael Nadal.
One of the most, if not the most, astonishing, absorbing contests in the history of tennis. Wally Mercer, how on earth did it come to that? 5 hours and 53 minutes in the end, Djokovic getting the win. How do you sum it up? How do you sum what we've just seen up?
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't ask, Adam. That was unbelievable, wasn't it? Djokovic came out. Everybody was kind of waiting to see whether he was a little tired from his previous matches. He looked okay. Wasn't hitting the ball as cleanly as he could have, and Nadal gets the set. That's like a turning point. From that moment on, Djokovic is the man. He is completely controlling the court. Nadal is very much reacting to what he's doing. His depth is immaculate, playing beautiful tennis. Races through the second and third. He's got 4-3, love 40 on Nadal's serve. You just think this match is over, and somehow Nadal willed himself back into the contest. And that's what it was, mate. He just willed himself to get to that stage in the fifth. It was an incredible effort.
Did your estimation of Rafael Nadal, and we'll get to Novak Djokovic in a moment because he did just win his third Australian Open crown. Did your estimation, though, of the Spaniard go up after viewing that?
No, because it's already at 100%. Can't go above that because I've watched Rafa for a long time, in matches and in practice. He never, ever gives up on a point, regardless. He treats every ball with the same sort of respect. And you can't do what he did tonight if you haven't trained for it for a long, long time. And I'm not talking about at 18 when he won the French Open. I'm talking about 4 when he picked up a racket. I think his mentality has been the same. Otherwise, you could not have concentrated. You could not have seen yourself as the potential winner in that contest and got through that to that stage anyway that he did. And let's face it, he was 4-2, 30-15. He missed an easy pass to go to 40-15. That, I think, would have closed out the match for him. So he nearly got there.
So he would have won the match if he didn't push that wide, in your opinion?
The way it was going, who knows? There was so much drama and so many swings and roundabouts. Who knows? Djokovic may have found some adrenaline. But the momentum was with him. Djokovic's shoulders were sagging. He was starting to clutch at the hamstring again. It was a whisker. He missed it by a whisker. And this match, I guess, in the end, it got the finish that it deserved, though.
What about Djokovic? In the corridors of power of the ATP, I was talking to someone at Wimbledon, and they said at the time, this guy is going to be the greatest ever player, full stop. And I looked at him as if he was speaking Swahili or something like that. It was quite incredible at the time. What about now? After that, after what he's done at the US Open, Wimbledon, he's obviously not right now, but has he got the opportunity to?
It would appear that way because he's won 4 of the last 5 majors. He's going to be a threat, obviously, at the French Open. Federer, it just took Federer to get him last year by a whisker. And the thing is, nobody really serves and volleys. That's actually not going to beat him, but everyone is trying to play him from the back of the court. That is the way the game is played now, and right now he is the best at it by quite a way.
Did he win tonight basically with depth of shot and wearing Nadal eventually, after 5 hours and 53 minutes down, into the ground?
Yes, in the end, most of the rallies after that first set, it's a case of diminishing returns for Nadal because Djokovic's accuracy, and we talk about his depth of shot, but he can place the ball from sideline to sideline. He can change the direction at will of both his forehand and his backhand. If Nadal starts to try to hide his backhand, he just smashes the ball cross court, opens Nadal up, gets back to his backhand. Novak Djokovic's backhand, I've never seen anything quite so good. He can just deal with anything defensively or when he wants to be aggressive on that wing. But from the back of the court, I don't know how anyone's going to beat him in the foreseeable future.
You've been around Grand Slam tennis for about 3 decades now. Is that the greatest ever match you've ever seen, or do you still place Federer and Nadal from a couple of years ago and Borg McEnroe from about 30 years ago up there?
From that situation in the fourth, at 4-3 love 40, they just both went into overdrive, and that's when all the drama unfolded. Up until that moment, let's be honest, Djokovic was at 70% controlling proceedings, and Nadal was a bit of a passenger. But it lit up from that moment on, and it was all the great things about this sport were on display, weren't they? The physical courage, the mental fortitude of Rafa Nadal, and even Djokovic to drag himself back in the end of that 5th set. So, yeah, look, I've got to sleep on it, mate, but it's up there. There's no question about it, and I'll be keen to read some of the articles on that. We watched it live, and I'll be keen to read some other people's views on that match, but it's got to be right up there, top 1 or 2.
One will never forget, absolutely. Wally Mercer, thanks for your company this Australian Open, and thank you for your company at home. I'm Adam Peacock, Wally Mercer on behalf of the entire Fox Sports crew. It's been a pleasure bringing you the last 2 weeks and 1 day of action from Melbourne Park. Bring on the French.
This has been a Fox Sports production.